hello. There we go. Microphone was off. It's penguin time. It's actually Kindle time, though. But I'm penguin. Or corngwin. I'm corngwin. Anyway, we're here. Plan today. Kindle. We're supposed to be ready on the 4th. So, you know, we're crunching now. We're crunching. Here's what I'm thinking. Starting off, we will I think we have the damage object here. So instead of doing damage object, as long as we get the harmonica, I think harmonica today. Yeah, that's the hope and dream. But finishing combat first. So basically we need to have like some knockback and shit. So we'll start there. Anyway, skin mesh renderer. I guess not necessarily a skin mesh renderer. It's renderer. Enemy renderers. And then, right. Wait, what? Private read only. Right, because I was pressing R. Enemy renderers equals get component in children. Renderer. Oh, it's not read only then. Yeah, I've been trying like this morning. The reason the stream was delayed because I'm still trying to figure out how this freaking Vim bullshit works. I'm losing will with every passing day to do this Vim stuff. I love Vim motions, but Neo Vim, I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling. They're not making it easy for me. They're not. If I start working in Godot ever, maybe then, you know, I think that would be nice. But for Unity development, they're not making it easy. Anyway, so that's the renderers. And then we do private. I guess it's a dictionary. I guess it's not renderer then. It's renderer. A renderer pointing to a material array. Wait, am I on? Oh. Okay, so we'll do var renderers equal this renderers not for each r in renderers and then it's enemy renderers dot add r dot shared materials. R dot shared materials. Oops. And then we need to, I think, assign renderers here. So, new. There. And then here. So instead of doing set active, we'll do like render damage. Private void render damage value. And then if it's true, enemy renderers for each renderer. I guess we cache it, I guess. I don't know. I think we need to, because I mean, we're switching out the materials, and I think in switching out the materials, we would destroy the reference. So we might have to access materials so we can actually... I don't think it's going to be that damaging. I mean, it is leaking materials in a way. I just don't know when Unity cleans up the material. It's not going to be that bad. It can't be that bad. Don't optimize prematurely, guys. So here, render damage false. For the b dot value dot shared. Wait, but it's a renderer, so it should be. Does it not know? Oh, wait. Dot key. Aha. Formats. If value then mats dot, I guess mats is an array, so it would be for public material damage material Otherwise, mats equals b dot value. I think that should be it. Right, then we need to reassign back, so the I think that's okay, and then we assign the spider dude. Recompile. Assign the damage material. And now the spider should render as red as it takes a hit and then go back to normal as it reverts. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. By the way, I got a Nako calendar. The Nako calendar. That's very epic. I'm going to be drinking Nako every day of December now. With that said, today's stream is sponsored by Nako. Yeah, also, I fixed the lighting a bit, so you'll notice that there's these nicer fire particles, there's like glowing on the logs. The actual rendering of the light here on the ground is global, so it used to be like separate shaders for like the terrain and stuff, but now it's all one unified shader. Just looks way better. So, quite happy with that. Okay, get over here. It works. I'm a genius. Okay, now let's add some knockback. I think I do it in the enemy manager. So, damage, on damage, take damage, right. Right, and take damage only reduces its health by 1. Maybe the knockback has to happen. I'm thinking it should just happen on the enemy itself, because it's getting invoked no matter what. Because we invoke it here. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, hello, Reina, Statine, Atom. Wait, did I not enable YouTube chat? Shit. Karina, are you fake? I'm not. Hinley, hello. Bless you, unholy, hello. Hello, Bob. Hello, Cashier Gamer. And hello, Animation Gamer. And hello, Science Dude. Didn't mean to turn off the YouTube chat. My bad. So, forgive me for that. It happens sometimes. Anyway, so here... on damage, right. So on damage, we can we go to start. And we can add render damage, private, void, knock, add knockback. We don't know from a damage perspective. I guess it would fly backwards, maybe. Agent. Stop. Can you set like the velocity? Thought velocity. Do I need to know advanced math and physics for going to GameDev? You're a science dude on Twitch? Well, awesome that you joined us. You're science, yeah, you're a science dude on YouTube, you mean? But that's awesome that you joined us on Twitch. Really appreciate it. I would say if you're getting into game dev, needing to know math is like no. So it depends on what you do. Depends on what you do. And I'll say this for the reason that if you're going to make a 3D physics-based game and you know nothing about physics, well, you're probably doing the wrong thing. However, you could still make a 3D physics-based thing and not know that much math at all, because so many of the engines these days just handle all of it for you. So if you just know like basic vector math, like, oh, you know, like, what is the angle between two vector? What's the magnitude of a vector? What is like a global and local space, or like world and local space vector, and how does that work? Like, that's just simple, you know, trigonometry, really. By the way, my name is Rayan, not Rayana. Okay. Well, it's a lot of names in a row, so I'm, you know, I tried my best. You'll have to forgive me. Okay, so that adds the knockback, and then we can just do that on start, add the callback. On damage plus equals add knock. Thanks for the forgiveness. No, so the majority of what programming is, right, is just logical sequences. It's never. There are very few cases, right? It's very problem specific whether or not you'll need to use math. So it's mostly about how many concepts can you keep in your head at once and make sure that the order in which they're being executed on leads to the outcome that you desire. So in the context of like a game, right? You have the player, you have maybe the AI, maybe you have the weapons, you have like, I don't know, the rendering of stuff. All of that has to play nicely together. It has to interact. You have to be able to structure in a way that makes sense. You know, if you, as a player, generally, if you provide input A, you expect output B. Wait, I don't get it. Go. Okay, I need to add the definition thing. I don't have go to definition. Hello, Cashier Gamer. What's up? Zero Service. What's up? Okay, it does seem to add. Play animation. Where's the heist game? I'm not working on the heist game right now. I'm working on a game jam game. Yeah, I think I need to go back to my old I think it might be that it's not simulating gravity. How do I know if it's using gravity? It doesn't seem to use gravity. Ah. It goes well, it goes well. I already did it. I spoke, I spoke there on Thursday. Watchable? No, it was a closed event. But I was there. I did not go in a penguin suit. No. Where's your system? It's Windows, sadly. So the ones that were speaking there, it was Johan Pilestedt, the former CEO, now creative director of Helldivers. So he was speaking there. Harry Kruger, creative director or creative chief officer or something, whatever you call it, of Returnal, the PS5 game Returnal, also PC. It was the creative director of CCP, so EVE Online. It was also the lead narrative designer or something of CCP, and it was me. So you know, I was amongst the greats, and the CEO of CCP was present. And I was he spoke to me after I did my talk, and he said he really liked the talk, and he loves this sort of metaverse thing I'm going on. So this guy's big into crypto, you know. He's like he's a blockchain crypto fanatic, which of course means that he likes the idea of what I'm doing with like extended universe penguin stuff. But then apparently in another conversation with someone else who wasn't myself, he was talking, and he said apparently about me, he said that this guy's a rock star. If he touches up his slides a little bit, he can do a TED Talk. So I have the stamp of approval from the CEO of CCP. He's a nice guy though. He's very, I mean, he stands out in the room, not just because he's really tall. He's really tall, but then he's always got this glass of red wine wherever he goes. I've met him 3 times in 3 different places. Every single time, he's always, like everyone else, has like a beer or, you know, at fanciest a white wine glass, but he's always, you know, always the red wine. He's a interesting guy. And then after that, there was a mixer, you know, with the rich people who are doing like game investments in startups, which I attended that as well. It was it's always a weird setting, you know. He's not the classic CEO, he rather generous. That's what we need to see. No, I don't know. I don't think he's generous. I wouldn't assume so. I mean, he's bought me a beer before. So, you know, but I don't think, if in the context of a CEO, that's not super generous, you know. But I don't know. He's just he's a character. But I think all CEOs maybe are. But he doesn't feel like he's not, you know. You don't think of him as a CEO when you meet him. Bro, I think spiders have a lot of life. Yeah. Depends on who you ask. Maybe they do. Let's see here. No, but he's definitely a character. But I mean, it is a huge company, right? In Iceland, they have 400 employees at CCP. 400 employees. I mean, that's like AAA size company. Of course, not all of them are working on Eve. So it's a huge company. But it was kind of interesting listening to the guy working on the former Helldiver CEO, Arrowhead, the company. He's also very much down to earth. Yeah, CCP Games, yeah. He's Swedish, but he was talking sort of about the growing pains of like scaling a company. And it was interesting. The one thing he said he had like a fireside chat, so he didn't have like a PowerPoint or anything. He was just sitting there getting like interviewed by the creative director of CCP, and he was talking about how, you know, at some point company culture becomes like a necessity. So you because they were, for the longest time, he said that he ran Arrowhead the same way he was running Arrowhead when they were only 12 people is the way he ran it when they were 80, you know. And at some point it just didn't work out because the entire company just collapsed under its own weight, because you need to have like, it was kind of interesting. So he was talking about it in terms of vectors, right? So he was saying like, okay, so pretend, you know, your company is a bunch of people who have like directions, right? So like maybe this is one direction, this is another employee you have, his direction is like this, and then another employee is like this. And at some point your company has like a true north, you know. At some point this is the point they want to reach, and that would be here. And so as you add more and more people onto the team, you need to make sure that whoever's getting hired, or whoever has been hired, that whatever direction they're pointing in is gonna, at some point, you know, if you get another guy, because you add all these vectors together, right? And you get someone who's pointing this way, well, then you're gonna need to offset that by having another guy that's pointing that way. And at some point, you know, you need to get back to the actual true north. Yeah, have a good one, Anonimo. It was kind of interesting, and he was talking about how sort of as you're scaling up a company and you're treating it as if you're just still an indie, you know, it doesn't work out in the end. And yeah, I mean, what ends up happening is you can't control the direction of the company anymore. So you need to start thinking about, okay, what is our mission? What is our company culture? You need to have like HR, you need to have managers at some point, because it just doesn't pan out. And that's, I mean, he said Helldivers 2 took 8 years to make when it should have taken only 4. And he was saying, like there are like different moments as a company. Well, it's, yeah, I guess it's not anti-version. It's sort of like if you hire a person who points in a specific direction, you have to know that at some point someone's going to have to come in to offset whatever direction that is. So if you hire someone that's really lazy, well, obviously you're going to have to hire some people that are really active. In the same way, if you hire like a bunch of introverts, well, you're gonna have to hire a lot of extroverts. Now, the Goldilocks zone would be having everyone in like the sweet spot for every single capability that you desire, right? And you can't just look at it like this guy's a good hire, this guy's a bad hire. No, you have to look at it sort of from the sense of, okay, how does this align with the direction that we're trying to go into? And that's why, I mean, you get like this sort of, if you get like a because again, some if you think about it in terms of vectors, some vectors have a stronger magnitude than others, and so you can get like a person who can completely shift company culture because you weren't careful enough in the hiring process, and then it ends up being almost like a bad apple spoiling the bunch kind of situation. And if you're not early enough to catch it, I mean, you can completely offset your company culture, and now the entire vector of the entire company is like going off route. Which, I mean, you can think about like Microsoft and stuff instantly, about companies whose culture is being completely ruined and blasted into like just pure crap, essentially, because they just haven't cared about like what sort of company, what sort of direction do they want to go in. Well, so that's the thing. Do you fire the guy pointing right, or hire another person with someone pointing left? Or do you try to adjust, you know, because that's the thing, like with onboarding and whatever, that's also like onboarding is something you have to be very specific about, because you can hire a guy who's pointing right, but then through onboarding, offset that right pointedness into aligning more with like the company culture. And that's like, I think a lot of companies, before they scale into like enterprise, they sort of just assume like the good-heartedness of every single person, and like, oh well, they're gonna get it, you know, they work here long enough, they're gonna get it. But when that doesn't end up being the case, well, then you end up with like this essentially employee debt of like people that you should have taught them how to do this long ago, but never did. But I think he said this one thing about like as a company's growing, there are specific points where you notice that the company has grown. So he said the first point for him was when you try to book a table at a restaurant and they don't have a table that's big enough for you. That's the first point. Second point, when you try to book a restaurant but they don't have a restaurant that's big enough for you. And those are the sort of two big discrete points where, okay, this company has now ballooned in size, and now we have to rent out like a freaking hangar or whatever to do company events for. So there are like levels of growth, but he also, I mean, he sounded, I don't think it was very much like be careful what you wish for kind of point of view from his talk. Like it felt like he misses the part of being like in the mud, you know? It doesn't feel like he you know, at some point you are just running a company. You're no longer like a tight-knit group of people. And he said like it's very important, like he notices that often the people who do the best work are the ones who are the newest, because they don't have like the trauma of like getting product to release. So like everyone who's worked on Helldivers, you know, they've gone through this trauma of the horrible launch, you know, with the account verification or account like PlayStation attachment account thing. They haven't gone through like the extension of development time, the crunch, whatever, you know. And then the new hires are like this, yeah, fresh blood that you need to like keep the culture afloat, because otherwise everyone just turns into these like bitter employees that don't want to do anything. Yeah, so it's kind of illuminating. Like, even though I don't picture myself ever being in that like area, I think it's a very cool thing to hear about. Like, it's very interesting to see it, and especially from someone who seems to have sort of the same mentality that I have, like wanting to be like indie, wanting to do it sort of not by the books, and just, you know, because he says that, you know, there's sort of like this punk and rock and roll in the walls of Arrowhead Studios. There always has been, but you sort of have to iron that out as the company grows, because it's not a sustainable way to do enterprise development. You use the new people to push an agenda. Yeah, that's essentially what you have to do. I mean, you have to bring in the new fresh blood and indoctrinate them with whatever agenda you need to, like, the new lifeblood into the company. Because otherwise, I mean, you get all these jaded employees, and how do you change the mind of someone who's already jaded? Well, I mean, it's not super easy. So, okay, let's look here. And also the Returnal guy. So you guys know Returnal, right? Returnal, very famous PlayStation game. Also on Steam now, 60% off. Supposedly extremely difficult. This guy, he said he really liked my fish. He really complimented my walking fish photo. But this guy, he also has an interesting story. So he was always like obsessed with bullet hell games. And he was telling, you know, he's like spending all his time working on like arcade games, and he was just like a gun for hire programmer at this company. And then, you know, going from like working Angry Birds and scaling up, and then falling into like a creative directorial role all of a sudden. Being like, yeah, essentially the lead for Returnal. It's kind of interesting. I'm good, Alice. How are you? Starting to scale my company. I'm facing an issue where my first employee is expecting too much. I don't know what to do. Can fire him, but that really sucks, and I'd lose 2 people instantly. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you know, when you're scaling a company, you're dealing with people, and then, I mean, you're essentially, I mean, it's almost like you're playing a game of politics now, because it's like, who, you don't want to upset people, but you also want the company to thrive, and it's like firing takes a morale damage to the whole team, really. So it's all, you know, it's all a mess. But I think that's also what he said, like, interesting thing with the Helldivers guy. He said that generally what he's noticed is that the more transparent they are about the decisions they make, the less people get upset. Which sounds kind of obvious, you know, if you want to think about it that way. It sounds kind of obvious, but he was talking about the example of like any decision they've made ever with Helldivers where they have done like a public explanation of, this is the decision we're gonna make and this is why we're making it. People just, they've been like, okay, fine. But with like the PlayStation account linking, they did the worst thing they could ever do. First of all, they just did it, right? No announcement. Then they made a press release where it's like, well, PlayStation, this is a PlayStation game, so we're gonna have to link the accounts. And that was it. They didn't give any context for why it happened all of a sudden. They didn't give any forewarning. There was no transparency. And so everyone just got upset because, you know, when there's no transparency, then people start imagining their own reasons as to why things happened. And so the best you can do when you're making any sort of executive decision is just be transparent about the decision you're making and why you're making it, and make sure to, like, as best you can, be transparent about it in advance. No, so there was no NDA. It was just like, so the thing is, the full situation was that on day one of launch of Helldivers, there was supposed to be account linking to begin with. But there was a bug in their code that made the account linking website initialization essentially run at 60 frames per second. So they essentially just, when people booted up and installed Helldivers, you know, however many millions installed across the world, they just DDoSed Sony, right? Like day one. One of their engineers at Arrowhead, they're like, well, I mean, we could go into like our backend and just shut off the request and just allow people to play without the account linking. So they did that, contacted Sony, and Sony's like, you guys, you can't do this. We had a contract. You're supposed to have the account linking. And they're like, well, I mean, there's a bug in the game and we were DDoSing you. So we're going to have to fix this bug first before we add in the account linking. And so now people just got used to playing without the account linking. And it was like that for like a month or something. And Sony is on their asses, and now they're getting like emails that the Sony lawyers are going to come in because, you know, they have to add the account linking. And at any point in time, like, the Arrowhead could have been transparent about this, but instead they were just working in the dark, and just trying to make sure that this account linking thing was going to launch okay. But it just never appeared to them that they had to be more sincere about sort of the issues they were facing, and not just do like a press release to say that, hey, we're gonna add account linking. Sorry, you know, that's essentially what they did. They weren't transparent about any of the issues. They could have announced this way earlier, but they didn't, and so people just saw it as them caving into Sony or whatever, which really wasn't the case. It was like, since day one, this was already planned, but none of that made it through in the official press release, and so they just looked like the bad guys and got absolutely terribly review bombed. And if they had launched like day one with this, there would have been no issue. If this were their day one launch with the account linking, I don't think they would have had any issue. But of course they couldn't do it because they had the bug, and they just had to rip it out. So but that's why you have to be like transparent from day one. Like, explain why you're making decisions, and then preemptively say like, hey, you know, this may come to change for this and this reason. Disagreed. Tarkov recently did their launch, but hasn't Tarkov been early access for a long time? So they didn't technically launch with it then, or? I think that's the thing. It's also it's definitely from the perspective of like who paid for the game, and that's also interesting. I was saying with like they were saying both Returnal and Helldivers, of course, being Sony sponsored titles. They were saying like how Sony was extremely instrumental to the production of their game. So they were very much like pushing them to go further and further and further. So, you know, they're like, you know, you can do more with this. We're ready to give you more money. Usually the publisher is the one to say like, hey, maybe scale back because we want this game to launch. But Sony was always looking at their games, both Returnal and Helldivers, and they're like, we want you to do more with this. Here's more money. And so it seems like Sony are quite picky in terms of what they want to publish as an end product, which was kind of interesting. I didn't think of Sony that way, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would imagine that for a Sony launched game, people would probably be a bit more lenient, right? But again, it's like you're never gonna get zero backlash for anything like that. There's no way. But the way in which they handled it ensured that there was zero way to get any positive reaction, right? Like going from A to B, where B is objectively worse than A, will always generate some sort of negative feedback. So, but it's about softening that blow and explaining like, hey, the movement from A to B was as a necessity. At least that's the case, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying, but again, it's like, I think it's not really a question of like, do people find it annoying? Like, of course they do. Is it a worse situation? Yes, of course it is. But it's a question of, could they have operated in a way that would have reduced the amount of backlash? And I think 100%. Like an impersonal press release being the only thing they give people is like, third-party launcher account creation should be banned on Steam. I would agree. The background, yeah, it's just like some lo-fi mix. So I think it's these are generally not copyrighted. I don't think they're free for commercial use, but I think for like streaming and stuff like that, probably fine. But I don't think you can sell them. Yeah, exactly. But do you think, from your perspective, that you could have announced this in a different way? Do you think that you screwed up yourself? Because again, it's always like, you know, there's an expected reaction, and then there's a reduction of an expected reaction. Because it reminds me of like the World of Warcraft when the game first launched. They're like, when you start the game, you have times 1 XP, but then eventually when you run out of rested XP, you have half XP. And everyone got upset, but then they rephrased it. So now it's like, oh, when you start the game and you have rested XP, it's times 2 XP, but then you go back to 1 XP. So then they're like, okay, well, at least I'm not on half XP anymore. When in reality, it was the same. They just changed the modifier numbers, and people were like, yeah. Probably should have prepped a bit better. But he was about to sell, so I had to tell him before, so it wouldn't be a surprise. Yeah. I guess if it is bigger than 2, var this modifier. Haha, I'm scared on the thing called commercial use. Like, can you use an asset, credit them properly, and use it in your game, and then upload the game on Steam? That depends. If it's CC, like, so there you can generally, it's quite Creative Commons is generally quite descriptive in like what you can do. So like, I think sometimes there's attribution non-commercial, there's attribution let's see, licenses and tools. Yeah, so CC by 4. Oh. CC by 4.0. You are free to share, copy, and redistribute the material in any medium format for any purpose, even commercially. Yeah. CC by 4.0, but you have to give appropriate credit, provide a link to the license, and indicate if changes were made. So that's you're free to sell by 4.0. How do I get a link to the license? Well, generally you shouldn't have a link. I don't know if you need a link to, like, generally someone's not going to be like, just give the appropriate credit. I don't think anyone cares if like changes were made to your link to the actual license. I think it's just give appropriate credit. I really don't think anyone cares about this part. And if they do care about that part, generally because you are using it in good faith, right? They can, you know, request that changes be made to the way that you present their work, right? Like, oh, you need to include the license, you know? But if you just include their name, that should be good enough. Because, again, from the perspective of anyone who's looking at this, let's take the worst case scenario that you're getting sued, right? In order to, like, sue anyone for, like, illegitimate use of creative content, I think there first has to be an assessment of, was this attempt to use in good faith, right? Were you trying to obscure the fact that this was being used, obscure the fact that this was made by someone who wasn't yourself, right? And if you have their name attached, whatever name they use to present, you know, they're not going to complain. Assets made by name, then link. Yeah, I mean, it's just leaving the header in .c or CS files enough. You mean like in terms of using code? Yeah, this is the game jam. Ah! I don't know that, like, is anyone ever gonna complain about stolen code? Is that, like, ever a thing? Ever? Yeah, I'm still gonna try the multiplayer, so it should be up and ready. I'm doing, I've never done enemies in a data-driven manner before, but I'm doing it here. So I actually have, not entirely data-driven, but it's mainly data-driven. So there's actually, like, their AI is being run by just iterating over a list. It is a Moomin-ish creature, yeah. So I just have enemy data that I'm iterating over, which is quite fun. It's not like, I'm not trying to do it in like a serious way where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have thousands of enemies. I just wanted to try it out, see the vibe, and I quite like it. I quite like it. It's quite nice. So I think maybe I should try to just try the multiplayer and connect to this server. But yeah, look at this. Like, do you see? This isn't... This is, yeah, this is Game Jam game. So this is called Kindle. It's about, like, a, you know, as a player, you're sort of in this dark forest where there's a yearly tradition of playing music in front of all the bonfires in the forest. And so the goal of the game is to find all these bonfires, kindle them, make sure their flame stays aglow, and then play music at the designated places near the bonfire. So for example, in this game, you need to play it at the church. So you need to kindle the bonfire and then head to the church. And play music in here. So it's all these, you know. But yeah, I've got this super nice shader. I modified the light. So I'm using diffuse here, so not... this is not forward shading. Because the lights kept flickering when I was doing forward rendering. It's quite annoying. So I got this little sort of banding on the light anyway, which I think looks quite nice. Looks like posterized, old school. Deferred. How do you change the lighting style? So you can literally just do it in... let's see here if I can find it. I don't know if this has index. No, that's not there. Or is it? No, okay, yeah, because this one only indexes. It's not post-processing, no. Although I do use post-processing, but that's not how I do it. This is modifying the lighting shaders, so I'll need to go into the packages. So you can just modify this one, lighting here. Let's see, oh, do I need to... Crap. Okay, well, I can just open it here. Do I have visual code? Yeah, this one's. So. Physically based. So you just modify here, essentially. Let's see where the final... There's so many, like, layers of abstraction in this. It's so annoying. I forget, I did this 2 days ago or something. 3 days ago, maybe, I don't know. BRDF, right. And then, see here, I think... where did I do it? I'm pretty sure I did it here. Lighting bands here, right? Yeah, exactly. So I just take the color and then apply the actual lighting bands. How do you go to implementation or definition in Visual Studio Code? So yeah, I mean, that's basically it. So this is a global banding of 32 bands, and that's for all lights. And this just gets applied to the color that is output in lighting physically based, the final step. But yeah, so I have very little global lights. So where is it called? So this is just called globally for any lit shader in URP in the deferred rendering path. Any lit shader will call this lighting physically based. Now you have to do it in other places for forward rendered, which was the annoying part, because yeah, I mean, deferred calculates lights in a different way than forward. But literally, you just add in this part here. Yeah. So with URP, what you do is you can just embed the package, right? So, you can literally just go into your Unity project. So let's take like Penguin Pet, for example, which is URP. If I wanted to change the way that URP is implemented, first I would download the package. And now when you download a package in Unity, by default, in general, it shows up in the package cache. And you can literally just take any of these packages from the cache, remove the ID, and just drop it into, oops, let's see. You can just drop it into the package folder here. And now it's embedded, which means you can change any file you want, and you're good to go. So you can modify the entire render pipeline however you want, whether that's shadows or lights or what have you. It's not the wrong way to do it. It's literally how Unity embed package. It's literally how they will tell you to do it. You'll see here, copying a Unity package from the cache. A package installed from a registry is immutable, which means you can't edit it. If you want to edit the package, you need to make a mutable copy by copying it to the packages subfolder in your projects. So that's literally the way that Unity says you should do it, and remove the fingerprint part of the folder name. So but the reason you need to do this is because the package manager will just overwrite old packages, and packages are never guaranteed to be backwards compatible. I've had, going from Unity version A to B, old packages that I've embedded will break and stuff. So it's like, if you start modifying the URP, you best be prepared to like move it over manually, because parts of your code will break. They are quite frequently updating and changing the implementation of different stuff. Yeah, you have to replay the patch. But generally, these sorts of stuff, it's tweaks, right? It's very easy to do. It's not like sit down and write code for 4 hours. Once you know the step to inject the code, it's super easy. So you could just keep like a document listing whatever injections you're doing, and you're set. I mean, it's upgrading generally shouldn't take you more than like 15 minutes. If even that. You could probably have it done in like 5, honestly. I mean, it's not so bad. I wouldn't, it's not, because like, first of all, how often are you upgrading, right? That's the first question. Generally, URP only updates between Unity upgrades and not like in the same Unity version. I think URP generally stays the same. So unless you're updating your Unity version, it's whatever. But yeah, let's try multiplayer and see if that works. But Unity has said they're committing to updating C#, because I don't know if you watched Unite or any of the sort of summations. Can I join? No, you cannot. This is still just a closed project, so. At some point, you will, but at the moment, no. But yeah, because they're not going to rush into Unity 7 anymore. And they're keeping Unity GUI, so they're not deprecating that anymore. They decided to walk back on that, which I'm happy for, because just this like last week, you know. Open source. Yeah, I mean, but that seems to be, at least, you know, with the URP and stuff, and with the ability to, like, yeah, embed packages like they're showing, they want to expose more parts of the engine. Because, like, it feels like to me that their design direction is like everything as a module, essentially. And then the user can override. I mean, you can see their intention. Unity 6. What's it called? Timeline? Roadmap. Yeah, this is the one they showed. So, like, they're sticking with Unity 6 for a long time now. They're not just gonna ditch it and move on to 7 as quick as possible. And I think it is in 6.7 or something they're considering, or like the intent is to get, like, update the whole .NET backend. Hello, Britterball. Yeah, I decided Pingu is good content. Of course, I can't have the audio, otherwise we'd be hearing Pingu 24/7. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like they're saying a bit more what people want to hear. For a long time, like, they've not been saying what people want to hear. They've been like, what is it that people want? Okay, cool. Let's do the opposite. Hey, I'm in. There I am. Awesome. I'm playing on my MacBook right now. I didn't expect it to work. It's even got the jumping and stuff. Sweet. Yeah, they also, like, in terms of AI, they also seem to have walked back. They talked very little of AI in the Unite. What they did say about AI was AI as a way of helping with architecture. So it's like very visual focused, and like in code it would suggest architectural changes as opposed to code auto completion, which I feel like from the point of view of like how I would use AI, that is very much in line with what I would expect from it. I don't want AI as... Wait, I'm gonna see if this actually follows. Okay, yeah, it does. Let's see. Okay, I'm holding a stick locally, but it's not rendering the stick on the... I think I need to do some smoothing. Yeah, and so you know, it could tell you, like, if you say, like, and also the same thing, which Roblox also has now, but like, you know, in-engine suggestions for like, hey, how do I add this stuff or whatever to, like, how do I make a physics object or whatever in Unity? Okay, yeah, it seems like it's super janky with the spiders. I don't know why they're so fast. Oh, wait, I know what the issue is. Yeah, it's spawning in the freaking spiders. Close this out. Spawning in the spiders on both clients. So we can do private enumerator. How should I set up my humane UI layout tree? Yeah, so that's sort of, I think it would have at least some sort of project oversight. So it could probably look at like what API points do you have available to you. So maybe it could iterate through documentation available to your project. Maybe. So, you know, it could be that it could aid you with that. But as far as I'm aware, like I'm trying to use, because the resources on like setting up NeoVim are kind of shitty. And so trying to use AI to aid me with that has been horrible. It just, I mean, it just doesn't know what to do. It just gets lost. And I'm like, well, why can't I do it this way? And it's like, it doesn't work that way. Trust me. And I'm like, well, can we just try it? And it tries it. And it's like, oh, well, it turns out it worked. So yeah, screw you. I definitely consider NeoVim an AI niche. But that's, I mean, the thing is, like, if we're trying to talk about, like, oh, right. It's just Lua, right? It's just a Lua setup script. Like, you have a single config, which is Lua. Like, let me show you here. So like this is my Lua setup script here. And I was trying to set up Roslyn, right? Which I've been struggling with for so long. And I'm like copying and pasting a bunch of different setup configs from other people and trying to get them working. So like, what I want is full workspace diagnostic. And, you know, like this stuff it can do. Like this stuff, the settings for the, for Roslyn it can do. But the thing is they weren't replicating because they were being like set up in the wrong entry points. And like, because, you know, Lua is almost like non-linear in a way because you're like setting up like callbacks and like on inits and blah, blah, blah. And so it gets really messy. And it just gets lost. And I like ended up hard coding even the selection of the solution for this. I'm gonna change that later. I mean, it's all kinds of hacks I have in here. It's quite horrible, to be honest with you. But at least I managed to make it not complain about unused. Oh yeah, it absolutely hardcore falls apart on specifics. But that's the problem also, like so much of so much of game dev is about the specifics when it comes to like looking for help. And much of it is architecture, like saying, you know, what's the best way to simulate like a bunch of vehicles at the same time. But, you know, try this out. We'll see. When I add the stick, because it renders whether or not I'm holding. I guess that's rendered through input, isn't it? Yeah, no, so specifics, just don't even bother. Let's do this. Wait, is it not starting or something? Oh, it is active. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like that's definitely I like asking it questions. Wait, state is grounded. Right, that's set on state as authority. State is holding, right? So it's not aware of it's aware that I'm holding the stick, but it's not aware of anything else. What game are you working on? I'm working on Goon Gwins, a game about being a penguin and gooning with your pals. Yeah. A null value. So I need to check if it's null, I guess. Okay. I have not read anything about rendering. I did a 3D rendering course in university. But we did like Phong shading, and that was, you know, it rendering tries and whatever in OpenGL. Textures as well. I guess here, if D equals nil, return true. Can we do that? Oh, then I don't know anything about. Oh, end. I think that's the I have not heard of Freya. No, I just took a course in Unity in university. Love me some Goongwins. I also love Goongwins. Okay, so the stick thing. I think set holding stick should be an RPC. RPC source would be state authority, and RPC targets. Wait, do I have like a holding stick? Right, no, okay. Well, I think player self. I wonder, will this get initialized correctly if we run this as an RPC? Let's just try it. Yeah, my I don't know, I feel like, you know, the teacher I had is not, he's not really a game developer. He's more an all-around computer scientist. But he was very competent, so I feel like he covered a lot of ground. And then I also did, yeah, like a game development course with Pat Kerr, but that was not really graphics related. It was mostly, he did a lot of physics overview in that one. I think that's sort of like as far as I went with like game dev related teachings in university. The rest, I'm basically just, I like reading about the stuff. I generally don't watch too many videos. I maybe should watch more videos, but yeah. All right, I need to have RPC. Yeah. No, I feel like I do want to become a bit more competent in at least, you know, reversing shader files. Fortunately, you can just watch a 10-minute YouTube tutorial these days to get a good grasp. Well, it's not the grasp that I need. I think I have a grasp. It's more about the details. That's where I get lost. That the actual maths of it all. I feel like I can hold my own generally in like shader graph, for example. I can generally achieve what I want to. But I feel like as far as like concepts go, I have a good enough grasp to make my way around. Wait, but when are you saying shading wasn't even invented? How old are you? 80? When were computer shaders invented? 1980s. Okay. So then you'd have to be quick math, over almost 50. Right? 45 or something. Yeah, I don't think we can do... We need to replicate this in another way. We can... Let's use... Yeah, because that... I mean, in general, what Photon Fusion does is it doesn't really recommend using RPCs. It's more like just network more variables if you have to. So we'll do that. State has stick. Okay, well, there you go. I apparently have a... Oh, wait, but that's being set on spawn. Only on spawn. But then we can do this. On... But on-changed render would be... Yeah, name of... On-change stick. And then we'll just add a method. Right. Damn it. Set holding stick. State has stick. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll probably do it at some point. I'm, you know, I spend so much time working that I just never, I don't spend too much time absorbing new knowledge beyond of what is practically applicable to whatever I'm currently doing. Yeah, I think Iceland, yeah, we did just recently discover paper. That is true. So also, I'm gonna be making a new game. So we're gonna see. So Slurp Gleeble Gumble, I made that game, right? You all know, as you all know, very famous game. And trying to play test it, I just couldn't. I couldn't make it fun. And I always said to you guys that if I can't make it fun, I'm probably gonna quit it. You know. Which means that for the time being, Slurp Gleeble Gumble is like on indefinite hiatus. Okay, he's not holding. Interactor update. Shmulushu 2. But yeah, this game I'm working on here will act as not necessarily direct one-to-one foundation, rather the Puffin game will act as a foundation for my next game. So I've always dreamt about making like a social hangout game, you know, because I used to play Club Penguin as a kid, right? That's always what I like doing. And see, it's at line 35. And so I thought, well, you know, I want to make a social hangout game using these assets that I have in this graphical style. Maybe not the banded lighting, maybe we'll see, you know, this, I feel like I'm going for a more specific, I want the dramatic lighting for this game because it's like so dark. But the other game I want to make is a mushroom picking game. So it's all about picking mushrooms. So it's loosely based on the idea of web fishing, which is like essentially a social hangout game where you're fishing, right? So you go around an island and you're catching fish and you're collecting them and selling them for like upgrades to your fishing gear. In the shroom game, you'd be walking around the island, picking mushrooms, eating the mushrooms. Some give you different effects. Maybe some will make you grow big, small, jump higher. Maybe some will make you see things. You know, every single player turns into a mushroom, whatever. So there's like a benefit, like a functional benefit from collecting them, but you can also sell them to get like new mushroom finding gear, like a shovel so you can dig up the underground mushrooms. Maybe you get like a pig to discover like truffles, what have you, right? And then my sort of like big concept is that this is the low fidelity view of the game, right? Because I was thinking, okay, so in web fishing, when you're fishing, there's a distinction between the action of walking around and fishing. Because as you start to fish, you enter the fishing minigame. Well, when you're picking mushrooms, naively you would say, well, you just see the mushroom on the screen. There's a red mushroom there. I walk up to it. I press E to pick up. But that's kind of boring, right? That's kind of boring. Because that's not the challenge that mushroom picking in real life provides. Mushroom picking, what is the challenge? Well, the challenge is sorting through the visual noise of nature. So like all the grass, the twigs, the leaves, the moss, what have you. That's what mushroom picking is. That's what makes it hard in real life. So I was like, well, how can I simulate that in like a stylized, low fidelity game? Well, I was like, okay, well, I'll just add a mushroom picking mode. Camera zooms into the head of the character, right? Zooms in, and now you're really up close to the ground, and then I can use like super dense foliage rendering, the entire screen just covered in like moss, foliage, grass, whatever. And so you need to really parse through this super noisy mess of information to see like where are the mushrooms growing. And you walk around in like first person with tank controls, and then you exit mushroom picking mode, and now your character has like this basket with mushrooms in it. And I think that's like a fun challenge. And then you and your friend are walking around and you're just picking mushrooms in the forest and then going back to the village, sell the mushrooms, rinse, repeat. And I think that could be quite a fun game. You can do quite a lot with that. But I want to see if the enemies at least attack me. I don't know if I even synchronized the position of the enemies. Yeah, they just seem to be standing still. EdTech game? EdTech. Educational technology, is that EdTech? I used to work for Unity3D, which was a EdTech game. Made a Norwegian math game. That was fun. And then I also It sounds fine on paper, but could you get messy and tedious quickly? Could you elaborate on that? Because my philosophy has always been, if it sounds fine on paper, well then, I mean, give it a play test and see how it feels, you know? I feel like there are too many game developers who will sort of not allow themselves to be creative and try new things out of the fear that, well, it might not be fun. I always prefer to just start working on shit and see if it actually ends up being fun, as opposed to like pen and paper sketching out and assuming, oh, this probably won't be fun. So I'm just gonna make one workable area. How do you get your ideas? I agree on that, but it's important to consider player motivation. The more bland a task, the higher the motivation needs to be. Well, that's what I'm literally comparing the game to the game Web Fishing, which is a smash success, right? What is the motivation for playing this game? Well, it's literally just catching fish, right? It's catching fish so you can catch more fish. That's it. That's the player motivation. Beyond that, it's all about just hanging out with your friends and chatting or playing the freaking guitar. So like within the rules of the genre, if you want to call it a genre game, social hangout hub, I don't think this game is doing anything daringly less interesting than any other social hub hangout game does. I would argue overall it is more content rich, because web fishing, I mean, you just catch the fish, but in this game it adds the added flavor of actually being able to consume the mushrooms. So, I mean, I find that there are all kinds of assumptions you can make before, you know, playtesting, but, you know, I don't see any value in killing off an idea just because you're, like, scared that it might not be fun. I think it's better to find out, is it fun? Unless, obviously, you know, if the game you're making is GTA, it's a bit hard to like make a modular vertical slice of that game and say like, yeah, this is fun. Like generally a game of that scale comes together when you got all the systems rolling all at once. But like, I think I'll soon find out if mushroom picking in and of itself is like a fun activity and relaxing activity to engage in. I think it's, you know, a very low risk idea. Same with like story games, also big risk, because you only know that a story comes together when you've written so much of the story that it actually starts to get exciting, you know? So I think in big concept, it's a very not risky idea. Same with Slurp Leeble Gumble. I mean, arguably, I could also tell, you know, was that going to be fun or not quite quickly. And I think, in my opinion, every idea, I think the sound you use for the picking must be satisfying. 100%. I think like the more I can pack in terms of like making stuff feel satisfying as you're engaging in it, the better it's going to be. I mean, that is, I think, the end all be all when it comes to any sort of relaxing game with an activity you're supposed to be engaging with for however long. You have to make the actual engagement with the activity be like a satisfying thing. I haven't played Grounded. But yeah, I know it's the same in Minecraft. I mean, just campfire chat. I mean, that's sort of... Is that a game or is that like... No. I don't know. Is this confirmation dialogue? I mean, it has the stick, but it's not rendering the stick. But I think it's not rendering the stick. Legacy Rust. I don't know if Legacy Rust would fly today, though. Because it very much looks like stock Unity game. I generally work in debugging and QA, so it's almost my nature to second guess a developer's intention. Yeah, but I mean, I will, you know, I think I let my ideas fly free in the ideation phase. So like, when I'm coming up with a concept, and I mean, I've released successful games. I mean, Penguinized has sold over 200,000 copies. Walking Fish over 10,000. Probably even more at this point. I mean, it's a free download now, many years after release. So I feel like I have, you know, a tried and true technique, which is, yeah, just let my ideas fly free and then reel them in, as opposed to during the ideation phase second guess every single decision I make, because I think that's the worst thing you can do creatively, is starting out second guessing, as opposed to starting out like before you even sat down and started working, you're already like second guessing your own ideas. I think that's how you absolutely 100% definitively kill any sense of creativity or desire to create. The culling should start occurring after the fact, like when you've sat down and actually started working. Like, of course you're doing some sort of culling, like, maybe we need this, maybe we need that, even before you sat down. But like some, you know, when I was making Penguin Heist, I didn't really have an idea of what the game was. I just knew I wanted to have penguins stealing stuff. So I sat down, started coding the penguin stealing stuff, and then the rest came later. It's the same thing with the mushroom picking game. Like, I know I just want players walking around picking mushrooms, and then the rest is going to come later. So I sit down, start coding the mushroom picking, start adding the chat mechanics, and then like, picking mushrooms is fun, but I can only do it for so long. What do I do now? And so, you know, you expand that sort of horizontally and vertically at the same time. Because I think what many developers want to do is they want to expand vertically the first thing they do, and then assume that they're never going to spread out vertically at all. Right? So they write their entire concept from the start. That's it. No changes. And then they just scale up like a tower from there. Right? But that's not how it works. That's never how it works. But some people, you know, get obsessed over like proving the fact that their game idea is fun even before they've sat down to actually make the game. That gives me hope. That's how I work. No planning, really. Just started with a survival game that had creative ideas. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, and I think, you know, I approach it like a painter, you know? I draw some broad brush strokes, and then I let the painting tell me what it wants to be. I'm like, I'm gonna paint a fish. I start drawing some strokes, splat, splat. I'm like, this needs more blue. I add a big splash of blue, and it's like, oh, actually, I think this is not happening underwater. This is happening on land. And I start drawing ground, and you know, everything just changes in front of you. And it's really, it's the game that tells you what it wants to be. It's not you telling the game what you want it to be. But you have a general idea from the start, but everything just becomes apparent to you as you're working on it. And sometimes that means you make a big pivot, and sometimes, you know, like I said with Floor Blue Gumbo, you start out, you want to paint a fish, and then you realize, I don't want to paint a fish anymore. A fish is, I thought I wanted to paint a fish, but a fish is actually not what I wanted to paint at all. And it's a scrap, you know? You scrap the idea, move on to the next one. But you don't want to realize that you didn't want to paint a fish when the painting's almost done, right? Do you think I can use assets on Unity Store on Godot? I think for models, I don't know what their licensing is actually. I think you can. I don't think they're strictly tied to being used within Unity Engine, but I'm not 100% sure on that actually. I feel like Unity Store should be like a separate entity from Unity Engine, just sort of intuitively. Yeah, I don't know. Can I use Unity assets in Godot? Anything marked as an extension asset is a hard no-go. Their license is only to Unity Engine, even if you could port. But that's the code. Many Unity assets can be used in Godot, but there are important considerations regarding asset types and licensing. Yeah, the Unity Asset Store end user license agreement permits using purchased assets in other engines, provided you comply with the terms. You cannot use third-party downloaders and assets directly from Unity technologies. Yeah, okay, well, seems like you are allowed to, yeah. Though that approach in the big industry is no-go. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, you know, you have to adapt the technique to the context. Because then you're working with budgets, you're working with employees, you're working with deadlines, none of which is a concern for me, so. But you're not making the same product at that point, right? You're making a product, you're not making just a random game. Oh shit, I need to find my computer charger. But I will say that listening to the guy speak about Returnal at the Reykjavik Game Summit, I mean, that's a huge company, AAA, and Returnal actually started out as a top-down twin-stick shooter, which then pivoted to third-person, story-driven, like very cinematic, high-fidelity game. So, I mean, there you could say, I mean, that is a absolute pivot where they realized, hey, this is not right for this game. It needs to become something completely different. But that was also driven by, like, a creative visionary, right? And I think that is definitely the case of, like, the painting revealing itself in front of the painter, you know? So while, you know, you can't use the same exact rock and roll approach to game development in a corporate setting, you still have a lot of leeway even in a huge company. Silicon Valley, on N64? What is Silicon Valley on N64? I'm unfamiliar. It's a game. I just know of the TV show, and of course the physical location. Right. Okay. Really goofy. I don't know why it's not, wait, hold on. I don't know if it replicates the first sent information. That seems to be an issue. Roblox after? Unsure, we'll see. Because I'm on a very tight deadline with this game. It's supposed to be done on the 4th. So there's not really any time to waste here. Okay, let's see if I can join this server. Okay, so it doesn't, there we get the position, but we only get that. We don't see the stick. Even though I think it should be assigned. So that's player 1 clone. Debug. Interior manager, interactor, inventory manager, held item manager. Yeah, okay, it is holding a stick. Held item stick. Wait, is that me or him? Oh, that's me. Yeah, he's holding nothing. Like, if I were to call set holding stick, I don't know that it would. Wait. Oh, wait. Okay. Set holding stick. Right. State has stick is never updated. We can say if has state authority equals true. So now when I hold the stick, it should replicate onto, yep, sweet, awesome. Just check that in, and now the server should also be able to it's also spamming something here. I think it's right, okay, and that's running on the interactor update. We can do private void spawn. Where is it? No, it's mono behavior. Okay. If return. Sweet. Heyo, look at me. Look at me. I think we want to have... We could have... a network transform, I think, and set the visual target to be the emote face. Yeah, let's set it to be a network transform and set the target to be. I'm just gonna have a little bit of lunch, so I'll be right back, guys. See you soon, and we'll just fix that, and then we'll start working on the harmonica, I think, or we could do a little bit more combat because the spiders weren't moving there. So just be right back. All right. Let's see. Low cashy. So, right. Right, players. Get players here. Yeah, okay, we do add it there. But the spiders weren't even walking around though. And get paid. What do you mean, Kim Jong-il? Oh, yeah, it was reversed. Okay. That was the problem. I don't know, I really like maneuvering around in NeoVim. I feel like a wizard. I really like it. And I feel like the motions translate so well to the keybinds. But, and also love the look of Telescope. But I just need those workspace diagnostics. It is becoming a bit of a breaking point for me. Why you look like an American? What's that supposed to mean? You mean like my penguin? How so? Okay. Spiders are moving. But they're transforms, right? I think they're network transforms. Yeah, they should be. Yep. Yeah, I can't attack them. I'm guessing they're attacking me, but... I still need to try the Rider Bin plugin, but just can't be asked, can't slow down. Yeah. No, you shouldn't do it because you will be slowed, like, considerably. So, wait until you're safe. What do you think? Think for yourself? I have no idea. And you look like a reclusive. You must hate traveling or seeing people or places. What are you on about, dude? This guy hit his head growing up, and then multiple times as an adult. And now he's suffering the consequences. From what I've seen from Primogen doing stuff with it, the dividends are crazy. For me, I think that what I'm realizing more that I'm working with it is that it can be like a catch-all editor, right? So let's say I'm transferring from Unity to Godot. I don't have to change anything about my workflow in my code editing. Like in Godot, I'd be working like GD script, C#, whatever, right? I have just this catch-all solution in this. This is my IDE essentially. What's the point? You're here streaming when you're not introducing yourself, so introduce yourself. No. Maybe lay off some of the idiot juice, Kim Jong-il. Then we'll talk more later. Attack. Right, so attack nearby enemies. Then how would I know who you are? I would just think you are Corngwin. There you go. There you go. That's who I am. You're a genius, Kim Jong. If you introduce yourself, you would understand me and I would understand you. No. I don't think so. Here's the thing. I would understand you, but you would not understand me because clearly your IQ is in the single digits. Then show a face reveal. Once I can start counting your IQ without using just my two hands, then I'll do the face reveal. Okay, Kim Jong? Wait, I can hit that one, but I can't. Interesting. I wonder if their rotation is like not. Oh, is it maybe not using my own position or something? Bro's probably 5, yeah. 5 IQ. Why could I hit some of them? My IQ is 102. Literally, literally 2 IQ points above average. Bro's a genius. Why can't I hit them? I guess, right, the transform position. No? Okay, wait. I think Rockhead was treated better, not gonna lie. Well, I like whenever anyone comes on and they're upset about the fact that I have a penguin as my avatar, I'll just go all in on them. Like, I'm not holding back one single bit. Because I know they're not going to be the kind of person who wants to stick around in the first place. So I'll just use them as like a figurative and literal punching bag. But if someone comes on and they're like, you know, Rockhead, I'll be nice. Yeah, it seems like the distance, but like the actual transform of the spider. The de-stress method. You know, when you're streaming for long enough and there are only so many people you can have like a conversation with. Like most people you have, like, you think you're gonna have like a cool, interesting conversation, but then it turns out they just sent the message and you read it like 5 minutes late and they're already gone. So, you know, I pounce on the opportunity of, you know, just attacking people. If I'm given a clean shot, I'll take it. Is it a sustainable career choice? Probably not. Do I have fun doing it? Yeah. I'm from Iran, leaves chat. And that's the thing, like, people join in, they say I'm from Iran or something. And I'm like, oh, cool, how is it over there? Radio silence. And I took 5 seconds too long or something to respond, and it's like, game over for me. And it's like, man, sucks to be me, I guess. Yeah, it seems like the distances are computed strangely. Why are you changing topics each time? Disgraceful. Kim Jong-il struggling to keep up with the topic changes on account of low IQ. Kim Jong-il cannot stand to wait on account of low IQ and losing track of the question he asked in the first place. Kim Jong-il walks into a wall and then he says, "Ouch, why'd you hit me?" Kim Jong-il walks into a wall and says, "Ouch, where'd you come from?" Literal CTE brain. And it gets only worse because of the amount of walls he keeps walking into. At this point, it's like compounding interest. It just gets worse and worse. Wait, what is it drawing? Oh yeah, that's the... Oh, color dot... Is it duration? Does it, is it duration? I think it does. I guess it's not really drawing any... Well, where the frick is it drawing from then? Kim Jong is so stupid that when someone says follow these rules, he'll just say okay and walks into a wall and say I broke one of the walls, but actually it's just broke the rules. We're just being dumb. Yeah, I mean, sounds like the average Kim Jong-il life experience. I don't know where the I'll just do this. Scene. Is it scene view dot current pivot? All right. Why does dude sound so corny? Because as a child, I was attacked by a corn. Yeah, its transform position is completely off. So it shouldn't be transform, it should be get component network trans, or we can just do that instead, just dot state. But why? So it still has the I think we just don't need the nav mesh agent. Like then it should probably... Okay, yeah. Yeah, so we just need to disable the great live stream. Have a good afternoon or day. Greetings from... Thank you so much, Arglue. By the way, did you know women are allowed to eat in Saudi Arabia? Wow. See, that's what I call feminism. That's amazing. These guys in Saudi Arabia, they've got it figured out. I heard they also recently let women drive. That's amazing. And drink water, too. Someone, can you ban Kim Jong-il, Cash? Let's just get him out of here. We've had enough of his hijinks. Guy's stuck in a loop. I could take care of it. I don't know if Cash is still around. Probably not. We got 17 viewers on YouTube Shorts. Oh. Akash Singh, the humiliated comedian. I'm not familiar with him, but that's interesting. I said Kashi. Could you ban Kim Jong-il? Just perma-ban him. Humiliated comedian. Interesting. My message getting censored like it's North Korean here. Yeah. Appreciate it, Kashi. His wife has spent weeks humiliating him online. What did he do? Akash Singh, wife. But wife is sticking with him. Happy wife, happy life. He's not, she's doing the opposite of humiliating. She's a gold digger, but she's literally happy wife, happy life. Comedian Akash Singh's wife, Jasleen, hits back at trolls, calls them broke men. Flagrant host Akash Singh praised his wife for sticking with him during broke times amid backlash. It seems like they're not. Okay, yeah, it seems like there's some disagreements here in the comments. Zero by, okay, yeah, it seems like maybe most people would say that she's bringing up a little bit too much about her previous college lifestyle. Okay, yeah, okay. I see. Well, I'm not invested enough in drama to know the full story, but that sounds interesting. We're doing good here. If not, has state authority. Get component. Agent. Trash news aside, back to coding. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind my fair share of drama. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I like drama specifically because, I mean, these days it's so much. You know, there's like war, there's like the political drama, and I'm like, hey, if I can just have some easy to digest celeb gossip, I'll take it. I want the low stakes stuff that I don't even have to, you know, if I stop reading about it, it won't affect me anymore, you know? I like a little bit of drama. Yeah, we're popping off on the... Will we end early again today? I don't think so. Maybe. We'll see. I can't make any promises. I don't want to say yes or no. So we'll say maybe. Maybe not. So we're leaning towards a maybe not. Right. Okay. So instead of state position, we're going to do this. No more state position. And then we can just add the network transform to our little movement. Put on some Christmas music. I'll see. Lo-fi Christmas music. Oh my god, I freaking hate what this music has turned into, but this is all I can do. This is all I can do. Because I don't want to get copyrighted. I got copyrighted once.
It's brilliant.
Have a great 100 view stream. Wait, are we on 100? We're not on 100, are we? I got clickbaited into my own video. Guys, let's get to 100 views. My favorite is the Muslim Christmas song. What's the Muslim Christmas song? I miss TikTok area. Me too. Me too, dude. Those were the days. I popped off on TikTok. I had 300 views one time on TikTok. That was crazy. I don't think I want to look it up on stream, so I'm just looking it up on my second computer. It felt like a risky click. I can't hear the lyrics, but it looks safe enough. I might play it later. Me personally, I like the traditional Christmas music, like was it God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen? I think that's and like Green Sleeves and it's not offensive. Well, that's what I saw. It didn't seem to be offensive. But I like one of my favorite Christmas albums is David Bazan's Christmas, Dark Sacred Night. Yeah, his cover of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. I like Silent Night, also absolute classic. I think my favorite, all-time favorite Christmas song all-time favorite Christmas song is by Low on their Christmas album. If You Were Born Today. Absolute favorite, top peak Christmas song. Anything made like 80s and onward. Arguably even the jazz classics. I don't know, man. I struggle with it. I've had too much exposure to that kind of stuff. But like All I Want for Christmas for You, you know, the Last Christmas and all those, like that doesn't work for me. It just feels like bubblegum pop commercial. I like the more dark, you know, Christmas songs in minor, not the major. Any plans for this Christmas? Yeah, I'm gonna be in Sweden. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, every single one of these, like, 80s pop songs, Christmas, it's just... It's always all about the gift, right? It's always the gifts, the gifts, the gifts. You go back to the old ones, and it's far more, you know, based on the religious text and the religiousness of Christmas celebration. And I think that angle just speaks to me more. Not saying because I'm like some religious person. I think it's just like with the darkness of the winter, like a starry sky, snow on the ground, like there is just a vibe to it. And listening to this like dark, almost depressing music is it is a vibe. And the dark, depressing like Christmas music especially is very hits hard. But then you got Christmas, Santa Claus is coming to town. I saw Santa Claus, Santa Claus. You know, it's like it's too much. I can't stand it. It's cute when kids sing those songs, you know, but I'm not gonna put it on like a freaking radio. But if I see like, you know, a group of Christmas carolers singing like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, it's like, okay, yeah, that's cute. You know, they're excited for their gifts and they like the Santa Claus. It's all Santa, 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 you know? Heavy metal in the snow? Yeah, black metal is arguably also very much winter, Christmas genre, so November, you know, that's they have the Nothing But Black Metal November, NBBM or NBBN, I guess. Network transform. I guess we can just do, because you're gonna have a child transform, but it's not gonna, I think we have to like set to, like, what does sync parent actually do? I don't know, we'll see what happens. I wonder, like, get component, network transform. Is there like a set? Network TRSP, right, that one. See, that's what I remembered here. Like there's a transform which we're updating, and I think we need to set the transform to be something different than what it is. I don't know. We'll just try this out and see if it works. I don't know that it allows the... Yeah, you see, you can't reparent the transform. But did I just join? I think I just joined. Is that cryo chamber you used it? No, I made this song. I recorded it ages ago. It was meant to be like cave music. Yeah, it doesn't move. Because I don't want to just network the freaking... I have to detach it. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Logic Pro, so on my MacBook. I use it for recording. I've got a full-size keyboard. Weighted keys and all. Not that you need that for like ambient music, but still. I got a little music station. I just don't know what the best way to... I mean, I know in Penguinized I use like... I'll see. I have network transform underscore ph. I can open this with Visual Studio Code and we'll see here. Because this is a custom implementation here, which uses interpolation target, which is the visual target. And we could set the interpolation target to be exactly, yeah. So we could set that to be another object. So we can just copy this one. We'll just use network transform ph. And assets, script, networking. I like making music. I do. Most of the music in Penguinized is not made by me. I've made a couple tracks, mostly like for the radio and stuff. But I made for this Puffin game. I did make another track. Let's see. I think I might have to open it in another part here. I don't know if it's going to be loud enough. See. I don't know if you can hear that. I guess you can, maybe. A little bit of a piano-based, sort of harmonica, old Swedish folk music inspired track. Whereas the other one is more ambient cave. So it's like this one would transition into the cave music as you enter caves was the idea. But this one, of course, is quite layered. So I wanted to do like custom layering of the music as you're like walking across different places. But, like the majority of the music I listen to is like ambient stuff. So like the cave music. This one's gonna be volume boosted now, so. But like this one is more up to speed in terms of what I listen to. Like generally when I'm working, this is what I listen to and stuff, so. I like ambient. But I mean, I like ambient that has like a sense of melody. So I mean, it's essentially, I mean, it is a melody, but it's like super hyper stretched out. And what I love the most about that kind of ambient music is because it creates this huge, like you create these, like that moment right there. It's like boom, the note hits, you know, it's like a wave, and it creates just this huge anticipation for when the next change is gonna happen. I'm just dragging it out, and you're just sitting there waiting, like when it's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen. And it's very soon. And boom, next one. So you see it's like super spaced out when the actual beats are happening. And it just creates, yeah, like this suspense almost. But in the background, it's like super satisfying to just listen to. And then you can hear like these, yeah, like pianos in the background just playing like nonsense, sort of. Like just super distance in the background mix pianos. But yeah, my inspiration was sort of like, I was thinking like, okay, the sound of like a rock sort of being dropped in a cave. That I want that to be like the center and focal point. So that's what like the heavy drops coming in the middle. And then you have like this, yeah, looping, sort of entrancing synth line just. But I like this style of music. It's fun to make. You just get into like such a vibe when you're playing it too. Light some moody candles and you're just listening to it on repeat. Good fun. Oh, I need to yeah, it's okay. Let's see. And then we'll set the interpolation target to be the puffin, because then we should always follow the puffin. I don't know if that means we'll replicate. Oh, that's the tricky part. I don't know if we'd replicate. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Mm, so the problem is we might have to say that if that's the trend, right, if we don't have state authority, if we have state authority, but if you sync with transform, yeah, player visuals. Dot position equals vector 3 smooth damp player visuals dot position transfer position. Oh. It is Colonel Cornelius Cornwall. That's me, Arvel. True. Wait, but then I can just do a... I don't need that. I just need this then. Right, the only reason I had the state stuff was because I wanted to use it as input. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's synchronize this. And then we'll try this out. Because then if we're done with this, we can then move on to the harmonica, which is key. It is instrumental. No pun intended. Key is also a musical pun. Okay, see if this works. Fingers crossed. Uh-oh, is my cat gonna walk on my keyboard? No. Don't. You're not allowed to. Bad boy. Oh yeah, that's much better. Hold on. I'm just petting my cat here. He's a bit of a attention hog. You may go, little one. Okay, cool. So, let me show you. See? Now being transformed smoothly. Look at that. Look at how it looks. It's beautiful. That's my remote player. Except they all seem to spawn in with a freaking stick. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. I don't know. Anyway. You gotta go? Yeah, see you around, Cash. Have a good one. Whoa. Okay, it seems like those, Wait. Enemy controller. Do I do any transform? I mean, I do add the knockback, but that should only be called on the host. I think I just use the transform... network transform the enemies, right? Yeah. What does the network transform? It's shared mode interpolation or something. go to the documentation for it? Disable interpolation on state authority in shared mode. You should disable the interpolation if your controller or code moves an object inside of update. Okay. I don't know why. It seems like it is a bit laggy with the rate at which the spiders update their position. But, I mean, it's not so bad. And this is as bad as it's gonna get, because this is running in shared mode, so running through the relay either way. Pretty nice. I wonder if I I don't know. No, I don't see. I think I need to add area of interest override because I don't need the update for all those spiders all at once. I think I'm gonna do area of interest override. But yeah, I mean, this is awesome, dude. This is awesome. Okay, cool. Let's go back to look at why we spawn in with the freaking enemy. No, player controller. Stick. Oh, if it has state authority, state has stick equals B. That was the problem. Okay, so now we can add sticks that we can pick up, but we should probably start with state moved there. I don't know. I think I want to keep state move direction. I feel like that seems to be quite relevant. This is bool, which can be network bool, because then it's going to blit the value. Which is quite nice. They do automatic bit field bit packing for Fusion, so you can just set it network bool. But what we do now is we need a harmonica model. I don't know how many holes are in a harmonica. Anyone know? We can make like a smaller one, I guess, but that seems fine. It's 10 holes. But it's not like, it's not a scale per se. That's the thing, right, with an harmonica. Yeah, exactly. It's C, E, G, C, E, G, C, E, G, C, and then drawing is D, G, B, D, F, A, B, D, F, A, which is super weird. But that's a harmonica in a key of C. And then, yeah, you can bend some. You can bend the lower ones are easier to bend, and the higher ones are also easier to bend. But in the middle, it can't really get that much bend out of them. Yeah, C, D, D flat, E, G, F sharp, F, G, B, B flat. Yeah, I mean, I guess... I don't know if I would want to have the bending. It would be fun to have the bending. Like, I could do the bending. But we'd have to have, like, quite a complex interface. So it bends generally in half notes, right? We don't want to have, like, the super bends. So we'll just do the half note bends. And yeah, that's the interesting thing, because you can do the blow bends and the draw bends, which is quite interesting. So what if we could make it accurate in the sense that you can only bend up here and only bend down here? So we could limit the interface. So if we have let's think about this. I don't know how hardcore we're gonna want to go with this, but we could copy this layout. So, you know, if you have the harmonica with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or we'll just do it like 0 indexed, not have double digits. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we can say here for the first 4, we can allow bends down. So this would be C, E, G, C, E, G, C, E, G, C, and then D, G, B, D, F, A, B, D, F, A. And then we can say here, we allow the bend, we allow to flatten this, right? First 4 you can flatten, and then the last 3 you can sharpen, right? Or we could do it like that. We could do it, you know, bend down, bend up. Now the input could be, if we allow the mouse to control, I don't know if we should allow the mouse to control. That's the thing. Like, the mouse is an easy thing. Like, click and drag to place, click to blow. You know, that's the naive approach, right? But you could also do A plus D to place, and then space to blow. But then you'd have to have like a modifier, so it's space. You could have B to blow, V to inhale. So like, F to bend. But the problem is that's not really fast, is it? The mouse is far faster, which makes me think that the mouse might be the optimal way to do this. Even though no other place in the game is the mouse, I think it's fine for it to be a thing of its own. So then we could have F to blow, G, F to blow, G to inhale. See, the thing is with a bend is that it's an action, so we could allow bends fully. Mouse up, down to bend. I think that's the one. Click and drag, not click and drag, just move mouse to place. So left, right. Mouse left, right to place. F to blow, G to inhale. And mouse up, down to bend. We could also do space to bend. But I think up, down is like that, the wiggle. You can have... Because then we just synchronize, basically. We're synchronizing. Are you blowing? Are you inhaling? Is your mouse pointing up or down? And what is the, like, you know... So you can do... Just synchronize those variables and then replicate the state sort of near perfectly on the clients. But I don't know if CEG is like a loop or not. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it's a second. Here we go. Found it. And that's called having a harmonica, guys. Yeah, seems like it's going up. It feels like 1 to, hold on. That's 1 or 0 in this case. And then to 4. And then 4 to 6. Yeah, so it seems like it's an octave for each one. C, E, G, this is an octave. Quite insane. So let's do this. Let's start by making I want to use my own. This is the harp I have, the mouth harp. We'll use this one, just slap on the texture. I don't. Is there one that's just like top down? I mean, it's not going to be super detailed, is it? We'll just use this one. Mine's a C also, yeah. Like, isn't it called a harmonica? Mouth harp? Harmonica? Okay. Not like that. No, that's not quite it. More like this. And then we add their modifier. I think it's the array modifier, right? And it would be harmonica, yeah. You know what I mean. No way, is that a wall? It's harmonica. I love harmonica, dude. Bro studied harmonicas over the weekend. Yeah. I should bring the harmonica to the game jam. That would be so based. Is there harmonica? Yeah, it's the same exact one. Oh my god. I'm obnoxious. I'm sorry. And then this is supposed to be another material, which is wood grain. We just make that like brown or something. I think there it's just like brass around the edges here. And then the harp there in the background, I guess we can just there we go. That's really nice. And then we can just bevel this shit. Bam, 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 bam. Bevel. And bevel. And a bevel. And tell me you ain't never seen a more beautiful harmonica than that. And then join. Oh shit, we need to apply this modifier. There. Apply. Now there, join. And then what we do is we select all these cubes. Control J and Boolean intersect. And now we can just fill in these holes with black, or I guess wood texture there, and then black for the hole proper. See, I think we can just use this harp, like pop up on the screen or something. I don't know. Oops. We can honestly just assign that, and then we can just use the black in that texture because that's guaranteed black anyway. And there we go. And that's how you do it. Speedrun harmonica model done. You guys thought modeling was hard? Turns out it's piss easy. Turns out all you need is a harmonica and a lot of skill. I don't know if WebP works. We just WebP to PNG on. Harmonica. Look at this. We got a harmonica here. Okay. Looks cool. Looks nice. I've seen a harmonica like that before. Well, you think you have, but have you really? There you go. Do I have to say more? Vintage 1923. Extra rare. Hey, see you later, Daddy Frosty. And play it cool. How's this harmonica going to work in game? So I'll show you what the idea is. I think we might want to have a different wood brown. There we go. That's more distinct. So the idea is when you pick it up and play, the harmonica is going to pop up on the screen on the canvas. So we'll just do this asset prefabs, put this as a harmonica. There we go. Nice, cool, awesome. So we'll have the prefab here. Or is it player camera canvas? Yeah, that's the one. Wait, overlay. Oh, player camera. Okay, this is where we need to have it. So the harmonica is going to exist in the camera. But we'll have to, I think we'll just have to adapt it here in game. And it's going to pop up in front of the camera, and then you're going to control it like this. I was drafting this up just earlier. So this is the layout of a harmonica, right? C, E, G, C, E, G, C, E, G, C. Where every C, E, G, this is a, like, C, E, G going to C, E, G. These are octaves apart. So these are 1 octave apart. Same here. So there's 3 octaves, technically 4 octaves on a harmonica up here. And then G, D, G, B, D, F, A, B, D is also, like, D to D is 1 octave. D to D is 1 octave. F, A. And so you'll mouse left to right to place the harmonica. So you'll move it left to right, hold F to blow, hold G to inhale, and then you can move your mouse up or down to bend. 1 to 0 keyboard? No. So that's the thing. I think for the purpose of, like, the fun part of, like, a harmonica is the sort of fine-grained control. And I feel like I was debating with myself, like, the pitch bends, you could, like, move your mouse up and down, like, wiggle it and do, like, these micro half bends and stuff. You get so much more expressive with a mouse than with a keyboard. So I feel like the mouse as the placement, and then F and G to blow and inhale. I feel like that's the compromise. Okay. Let's see here. Player camera clone. So we can add this one in. And then it can just, like, room pops up, you know? That's all you need. So if we have this as the final location, we can just copy. I think it allows you to paste. Yeah, good. Okay, so we can do, do we want that to be in the player? I think we can just add it to the player. Okay. Networked private net pool is state holding state playing harmonica. Oh, get set. Of course. I think H for harmonica, right? I always like having, like, these literal names. N to newt. private bool harmonica. Private bool bend. We can do that. It doesn't have to be through the input, but we'll do harmonica here. Attack. Key code. Harmonica. H. All right, that's Take care, corn boy. I must leave, but I will be back to claim that corn outfit. Just a warning. Uh-oh. Hello, Takido. What's up? Okay. So, fixed update, I guess. State harmonica equals. Well, we don't have to do that there. Doesn't matter. Animator dot set bool playing harmonica. Okay, so that's playing their harmonica, and then that should trigger the animation once we set one up. And player camera. Yeah, here. Update. If input not get key down, but get if input manager dot harmonica. Play toggle harmonica. Okay, sweet. Toggle harmonica, and then that needs a public transform harmonica transform. And then we need a public. I guess we can use the trans. Let's do vector 3. Local harmonic active position, and then inactive position. And that should be vector 3 as well. And then we can do private bool-ish playing harmonica. Toggle harmonica will say ish playing harmonica equals not. Just toggle that, and then we can go to the update. Private void update. Then if our target position equals ish playing harmonica, active, otherwise inactive. Pause. And then transform dot position equals vector 3 dot lerp harmonic transform dot position towards the target position at a rate of, I don't know, 1 time dot delta time. Okay, so that should be a start at least. We'll start there, and then we'll see what happens. So this would be the, you can simply do that, I guess, and copy this. We can say also that the starting position here we'll see what happens. Still some error somewhere, apparently, or maybe it just didn't recompile yet. Like they say, life on the bayou, it ain't easy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, is there no get harmonica? Yay, you're still alive. Yep. Um, let's see. Um, player camera, right? No, that feels wrong. You can play harmonica? I had to. I had to learn harmonica so I could make harmonica in this game. The only way. Let's go. I've had this harmonica for ages. It's just been sitting around gathering dust, and I was like, oh, wait, I have a harmonica. And I'm making a game about playing harmonica. I had to bring it out again. Dust it off. And now here we are. Okay, let's see. Oh, the inactive. I guess I didn't assign the transform either, so. So that would be the active. And then inactive would be whatever else. Let's see. Layer, camera. Yeah, do it for the love of the art. It's all about the art. But yeah, we're gonna have I'm using the same idea for the harmonica here, so it's C, E, G, C, E, G, C, E, G, C. The octave each grouping of 3 there, same D, G, B. D there is another octave, F, A, B, D is another octave, so it's gonna be kind of fun to add that in, and it's gonna be like you can do manual blowing and inhaling, and also pitch bends with your mouse, so it's gonna be pretty cool. And now if I press H, 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 no, it doesn't do anything. Okay, where's the? Oh wait, I know why. Player camera. Now it's gonna work. Come on. Come on. Oh shit, it broke. Sad. But yeah, multiplayer works. Multiplayer works. You can kill spiders and stuff in multiplayer. So, you know, if all else fails, if the game never actually ends up being playable from start to finish, you can still run around with a stick and hit spiders and possibly play the harmonica. Okay, it's still not quite working. Where's the harmonica? It's struggling. I don't know why it's... Is it the floating point? Yeah, well, that's the thing. So I don't have to restart it now because it's actually running in a stable. Oh, I know why it's toggling. Okay, we need to recompile and it should work. Yeah, I don't, that was the biggest fluke of my life, having the, you know, server crashing every 5 minutes. If even that, like every 3 minutes. It's too much. This game, stable, runs like butter. I should have made the game in this. Okay, it's still broken. I don't know. Okay, it should be there. Ah, there it is. It's just too slow. Okay. Camera. Player camera. And then we can do, oops. Private. Vector 3. Val. And then vector 3 dot smooth damp, harmonica transform, dot local position to the target position, ref val, and then smooth time 0.5 seconds. Ah, shit. Broke again. Is the TV a YouTube stream? No, it's a downloaded. I downloaded 2 hours of Pingu 2 hours of Pingu. It's like maybe 3 hours of Pingu actually. A lot of Pingu. I don't know if the uh-oh. Pingu is a good show. Pingu be like good show. Where do you download it? I downloaded it just from a YouTube video. So it is a YouTube video that I downloaded. I used the YouTube downloader. Which is nice. Okay, so you press H, brings up the harmonica, and then you play it. I think it shouldn't... I don't know, should it go up all the way like that? Oh shit, it gets lighting on it. It shouldn't be affected by the lighting of the fire. I don't think it should go up all the way. Maybe with the camera could zoom in. I think I have like some like distance. No? I don't have that shit. Okay. Awkward. Like the player camera. There's only the player camera and then there's like nothing else. I think it's the interior manager that does it. Yeah, okay. Well. Ah! Spiders! Why are they so fast? God damn. Holy shit. I don't know, maybe the harmonica should be smaller. You can still see the player. Let's make smaller harmonica. Come on. Yeah, and then we just bring it down a little bit. Where is it? Were you like inside it? Yeah. Can we bring it out so it's like there? Copy. And then also to the end. Okay. That seems good. That seems solid. Okay, and then we need to do like, as we move the mouse now, we move it left to right. Um, But yeah, it's important to like see the player, I think. And then we can like tilt it up and down as we move the mouse. So we can do this. Private vector to start mouse position. And start mouse position equals screen dot curve. What's it? Curve input dot mouse position. Or I guess we could just read the delta, honestly. I think we could just read the delta and assume we start with 0. So let's do private float harmonica offset equals 0, which means we start at the center, move left or right, and then harmonica offset equals 0. And then we can do this. Harmonica transform dot local position. Or local position equals harmonica transform dot local position. And then local position dot x equals harmonica offset divided by 5 or something. I don't know. Divided by 100. So it's like it's gonna scale, and then harmonica offset dot. Let's see, how many nodes do we have to each end? So assuming we start at 5, between 5 and 6, right? That would be the equal amount. So then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes on each side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Equals mathf dot clamp. So we'd clamp to 5. Harmonica offset. Min is -5 and is +5. Although it would be easier if we say the offset, we would just subtract 5 instead. So we would say we start at 5. Not 5, it would be 5.5. Because we're right between 5 and 6. So this is 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, right? So this 5.5 would be right between 5 and 6. And then we'd clamp the harmonica offset to 0 and 10. Not 0 and 10, would it be? Be 1 and 10? 0 and 9, I guess. But then we wouldn't be at... We'd be at 4.5. Right. And then harmonica transform dot local position equals harmonica offset. And then harmonica offset plus equals input dot mouse position delta dot x. Oh, can you just do that? Wait, harmonica transform dot local equals local position. That's what I thought. Yeah, so that's... And the position is not reflected. So that would be harmonica offset -5, minus 4.5, because that would bring us back to 0. Divided by 1,000 maybe then? Okay, we're getting there. And then we can just divide this by 10 so we don't have so much strength. Okay. Divide it by maybe 30. And then have this 250. There we go. Look at that. Harmonica offset. And then we can say private float harmonica bend offset. Move notes. Move bends. Harmonica bend offset. And then we have the delta would be Y. And then we just not clamp that, I guess. Or I guess we would clamp it to like the number of degrees that we'd want to offset. So here we'd have to assume 0 is the target. So we'd do like minus 30 plus 30 or something. And then harmonica bend offset equals mathf dot lerp harmonica bend offset heading towards 0 at a rate of time dot delta time. And then we can say that whatever the starting rotation of the harmonica is, yeah, that's the rotation there. So it's 120. So we can do bar local rotation equals harmonica transform. Local Euler angles. Local x equals 120 plus the harmonica bend offset. And then the harmonica transform dot local rotation equals quaternion dot Euler for local rotation. Whoa, we got them spin. Not sure why it wants to spin so much. Debug dot log local rot dot x. I mean, there's no reason it should be spinning so much. Hey, weird, goofy, silly. Is it because it's minus 90? Is that it? No, it's just spinning for some reason. That's silly, man. What? Ah. I mean, it's just round 0, isn't it? I think it has to be, yeah, you see, there it works. It's the 120 stuff. Gimbal locks, as they call it. We can do this. Times equals quaternion. Maybe this. Whoa, it spins. Oh my god, dude. Never do rotations, guys. Biggest mistake. Gimbal locking. Very dangerous. Eating my PC, meaning playing. Interesting. Oh yeah, okay. Wait, so it can't be 120. But it was 120. Okay, let's just do it like this. Var rotation equals new. Miles floor, he hasn't been around, luckily. I'm really happy. I thought, you know, any day now he's gonna be around, I thought. But yeah, he wasn't. So I'm a lucky duck. But look now. See? You can bend the harmonica. And you can move it back and forth. And it's locked. Oh my god, you frickin' goons. Get away from me, spiders. Get away. I'm just here trying to practice my harmonica, you idiots. Yeah. Well, I was away Thursday for good reason. Friday, well, it just ended up being that way. Actually, on Friday, I was judging pitches from small university children, you know? The less fortunate university kids judging their pitches. Okay, so we got this one. And now we can do this. I guess we should be... private, or just public struct harmonica state. Public float offset, public float bend offset. I guess note offset. And then we can do this public harmonica state request get harmonica state, and there we'll just return the harmonica. Turn new harmonica state. And note offset. Offset. There we go. Cool, sweet. And now where we toggle the harmonica, GRI. No. Yeah. GR references, right? Yep. And now we can have a looping harmonica sound. So we can go to freesound.org and we just say harmonica C note. High C. No, we went low C. Oops. That one's a good sound, but not what I need. Maybe I'll take that one. I'll take this one. It's supposed to be C4. Okay. We're gonna have to make this loop. We're gonna go into ASMR Voidilify voice for a second here. But I know you guys like this, so. I heard there was a survey I did recently, and it turns out 99% of the people prefer my voice when it's Audacity remix. Which was interesting to find out, but yeah. I don't think I can download it. Harmonica C note loop. Harmonica C note. Download. God damn it. Free sound has crashed. Oh, wait. See, that one's really good, but as a female, I approve that voice. Yeah, it's my natural voice, actually. I'm using Audacity to pitch myself up. Whoa. Yeah, let's just download this one. I don't know if that's the right password. Probably isn't, yeah. That the one. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. Like, I like how this guy talks about harmonica recorded in mono with my AKG C214 on my staircase for oaky timbre. You don't hear the freaking timbre of your oak stairs, buddy. Trust me, no one's hearing that oak stair in your recording. Little bro thinks his oak stairs are a studio. Okay, this time it's gonna work. There we go. We got it. Sound extracted. Okay. That's beautiful. Look, hear that. You can hear the oak stairs. You guys hear it too, right? That's the oak stairs. This guy's like, yeah, I recorded my harmonica, so I really captured that oak stair timbre. So effect, fading, fade. Oh wait, right. I just need to Right there, fading. Fade out, and then we just fade in. There we go, and we can just save to computer. Okay, so harmonica C. That's an OGG. That's in sound effects. Save. There we go. Now what we need to do, once we got this one, we find our player. And now we can just add the harmonica sound effect to our little guy. Harmonica sound source. And this one should loop. Not loop, actually. Or it should loop. I guess it's whether or not it's playing is what we decide. And then harmonica. Sounds so good. That sounds so good. It's just how I imagine the oak stairs would sound. It's so good. See, what I could do is I could have like overlapping zones where if you're in between two notes, it plays both of them. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, what is the ancient formula for semitones? Wait. Shit. Let's see here. If semitone constant. There's like a constant you can yeah, there approximately. The semitone constant is the frequency ratio represent the value of one semitone, but that's like not multiplied by, right? It's to the power of, or do you multiply by it? Yeah, you do it by the power of, or okay. So I think what we can do now, so we have a private float array, and this would be flow notes equals new. So we do mathf dot how. Isn't it the base frequency? So like one, it's that to the power of, right? Okay. So we do -12 would be 12 semitones. So let's see here. CEG, 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 C, right? So we can do -24, C. Wait, let me see. Let me see. Oh, that's funny. Funny. Okay. C to E is C, C sharp, D,
Wait. C sharp, D. There's D sharp. And then E. So that's 4. So that would be 20. And then from E, there's no E sharp, so it's F, F sharp, G, so that's 3. That really the big amount of jumps it's making? That's insane, dude. And then it would follow the same pattern there. So from 12 to 8 to 5, and then to 0, and then going up from there, we'd go 4, 7, 12. That should be it. We'll try this out. And now harmonica. Wait, get harmonica, toggle harmonica. State playing harmonica equals. And we'll just make this deep voice so sigma. Thank you, bro. Why? We almost have a working harmonica now, so. I'm singing the blues. I'm singing the fish blues. Sick. Okay. State playing harmonica. If state playing harmonica, then the harmonica course. So how are you, bro? Why? You been playing any sword fighting recently? No? Bad. Okay. Oh, get component layer. There. Oh, there. Harmonica state. And now the pitch is equal to the low notes. And then math f dot round note offset. Come on. I think it's going to work. Round to int. This might work. This might also be an absolute total and utter fluke, but it might work. In which case, we've just revolutionized multiplayer gaming. Wait, 625. Recompile. What do you mean? I can't believe you can convert void to network pool. Oh. Right, because I didn't save the other file. Let's get down to business and defeat the Huns. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Someday I'll make a man out of you. That's Mulan, for those who haven't seen that one. The famous Disney movie. Very famous. Okay, I think we probably have it then. Let's try this out. This might go down to be one of the worst things in history that I've ever done. It might also be one of the best. There's also a risk it's completely inconsequential, but I'm hedging my bets on being the best. So let's try this. Wait. Okay. Wait. Did I just... That's pretty good. Hey, I'm playing here. Get away from me, you dirty spider. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Well, we can take this further. So here's what we're gonna do. Layer, controller, and now we can do here. The pitch is equals that, but then the pitch plus equals and it's not going to be round to end anymore. It's the I guess it's bend divided by 30. Let's see here. We'll go to the top of the file and get this guy here. And it's mathf.pow. This to the power of harmonic state dot bend offset divided by 30, because that would be the actual bend offset that we're working with. Pretty sure this is gonna work. What you making? This is for the game jam. This is supposed to be finished in 3 days, on the 4th. You can see here, look at this, look at this. Oh my god, this is horrible. Wait, mathf.pow. Holy shit, that's horrible, dude. Sounds like absolute utter butt. Bend offset. Oh, okay, it always offsets by 1. So we'd have to subtract it by 1. That's beautiful, man. I think I might want to pitch it down though. Minus mathf dot pow. So just bring it down a whole octave. I think if we do that, it's gonna be a bit better. What? I subtracted though. Why is it so? What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, you can't just subtract it. You can't just subtract it. You'll have to do mathf.pow. Okay. That's some tricky math. Mathf.pow. Yeah, that's some tricky math. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Private const int offset pitch equals 12 plus offset pitch. And we'll just set that to be negative. I love that, man. I love that. This is awesome. I need to have this in the mushroom game. That's based. Insanely based. What do we think? What do we think? Opinions? Opinions on the harmonica? So we got inhale notes. Gonna be a bit tricky. The inhale notes would be D, which is C sharp. That's a 2. E to G is F sharp G. That's 3 up, right? That would be 17. Yeah, we know it's 17. Okay. And then G to B, G sharp, A. Wait, G sharp, A sharp. That's 4. C to D again, which was 2, so that's 10. E to F is just 1, so that's 7. G to A, no, we didn't do G to A. So it's G sharp, A sharp, and that's 2. And then C to B. Oh, that's a down, I guess. Which would mean it's just -1. E to D is also 2, so that's 2 notes down. And then G to F. F sharp G, so that's 2, so that's 5. And then C to A, which is... There is no B flat. I mean, there is B flat, so it's B 3 notes. So that would be 9. Okay. Now we just need to find the blow notes. Else if input dot get key O dot. Is it F? B, I guess. And then it's not blow notes, it's inhale notes. And there we go. Oh. Let's try it out. Now we have the full range, the full power of the harmonica. This is going to blow people's minds. And you guys, I'm hoping that some of you guys are going to be there when this game's getting presented on Thursday. Because if you guys can be there, you can play harmonica and annoy the shit out of people with your harmonica playing. And also impress them, perhaps. What do you think? How is that? How is that a performance? Pretty good, huh? Pretty good, eh? Now that's what I call real music. And then I just need to synchronize this, which shouldn't be so hard because it's all just values here. So we'll change this to not read input, but instead just have it be private void simulate harmonica. State inhaling equals input not get key code dot v state blowing v state inhaling, state blowing on account. And then simulate animations. There we go. And now it should technically be simulated. So I'm going to try this. This is the last thing we're going to do on today's stream. Gonna see if this harmonica playing gets synchronized. And then tomorrow we'll add some animations for it. Finish up the spider combat stuff. Make the spiders actually do some damage to the player. And then add an ending, I guess. And we'll try to just playtest a bit after that. So we can try to have this ready nice and early, you know? Because I don't want to make the same mistake I made with Shell Writers, which I uploaded Shell Writers basically the same minute that the deadline ended. I've never been late to any submission like that ever. So, and now, I mean, I have an excuse now. I've been doing this talk thing. So obviously I've been a little bit, short on time. Okay, let's try to play this. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I need to synchronize the, it synchronizes with playing, it just doesn't synchronize the note. We'll just synchronize the note. Beep 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 beep. Those who know. Wait, does that mean that there's no overlapping notes? I don't know which note it's on. Weird. Okay. Let's see. We could synchronize the pitch, or we could synchronize the rounded note. But we need to synchronize the bend offset anyway, so... we'll just do this. State blowing. State note offset equals player camera or equals note offset, I guess. We can just do it like that. State bend offset harmonica state dot bend offset. And these can just be floats. State note offset. State bend offset. I'm gonna pull for errors. State bend. State note. There. Okay. Sweet. So now we'll just recompile, ship this off, and then we'll do another test. And then we'll end the stream if it works. A whim away, a whim away, a whim away, a whim away. Okay. The update has been sent. Play. I'm gonna host, I guess, locally here. Mm. Okay, that. Join. And then, fingers crossed. You guys ready? It works. Awesome. That's so insanely based. Yippee! Ah! Die, you spider! Die, you cur! It's over for you! I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you! What? What's the matter? You want to lay down and die? For the Emperor! Yeah, I don't know what the spiders are up to, but they're moving really fast. They're like slipping and sliding around on the ground these days. They just move very much faster in multiplayer, I guess. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in to today's stream. We got the harmonica working. Very based. I'm gonna see, wait, if I can play the harmonica from like a distance. No, can't hear it over here. Can't hear it there either. Yeah, okay. Well, awesome. Yeah, have a great rest of your day, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow in the next stream. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye, and see you